Good morning, my name is David Dodd. I'm a member of the Alabama Ethics Commission. Welcome everybody here today. Commission. On my left is George Pierce from West Lady Hills, and on my right is Commissioner Ray Patterson. Our procedure today will be as follows. We will have the appointment of the chairman and vice chairman, 4 advisory opinions considered. The FCPA civil appeals and other matters on the agenda that we will take up in new business. We will hear complaints in executive session for 2 reasons. 1, because we will discuss the good name and character of certain individuals, and 2, because complaints, evidence, witnesses, and testimony before the commission are covered under the provisions of the Grand Jury Secrecy Act. We will then return to open session for our vote. If everyone present who would like to be heard concerning any matter on the agenda, please sign in at the table here in the middle. I request that all cell phones be turned off at this time. And at this time, I'd like to recognize Dr. Stephen Street, who will give our invocation.
Let us pray. We call upon a spirit of wisdom and integrity as we begin this meeting. May our hearts be open to diverse perspectives and our minds focused on fairness. Let us remember that our work here is for the betterment of the entire community, and that our decisions should honor trust, transparency, and the public interest. Help us to act with courage to do what is right, rather than what is easy. Grant us the foresight to see the impact of our decisions and the integrity to uphold the highest ethical standards. Guide us to act with justice. Amen.
Thank you very much, Dr. Street.
Mr. Chairman, as a matter of personal privilege, may I address something?
Certainly.
Well, this is a day of mixed emotions for us, and I say it's mixed emotions because today we're losing our chair, but we're also gaining a new member. That's the way it goes around here. You know, people roll off and new people come on. Back in 2015, when I was a lawyer looking to move out of my practice into something else, General Kroll sat on a panel of people who took a chance on me with no government service. And his decision to hire me here certainly changed my life. So General Kroll occupies a special place in my heart. And through his service over 2 terms, that's 10 years total service, he has been a steady, calm, supportive influence on the commission, and we are grateful for your service. So thank you, General Kroll. And as a token of our appreciation, we give you your nameplate. So I expect you to put that on your desk at home so that Ernestine doesn't forget your exalted position. But thank you very much. And as I said, it's a day of mixed emotions because we welcome George Pierce. For those of you who may not know Mr. Pierce, he has a lifetime of service to municipalities, and I think his perspective is going to be great on the commission. So we welcome you and look forward to the 5 years we have with you.
Thank you very
for
much.
saying yes.
I look forward to it. Thank you.
All right, this time we'll consider our old business items. Each of the commissioners has had opportunity to review the minutes from the February 4th meeting. Do I have a motion to approve the February 4th, 2026 minutes?
So moved.
A second.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Minutes are approved. And we will need we'll need General Crowell to sign the minutes, correct, Byron? Okay. All right, and now we'll move on to the new business items. The term of the former commission chairman, General Crowell, has ended, and we need to select a new chairman for the commission. Do I have a motion to appoint a new chairman?
So
Move that we appoint Mr. David Dodd.
second that.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries. And we will now select a new vice chairman for the commission. And I'll move to appoint George Pierce as Vice Chairman of the Commission.
Second.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Should I say aye, say, I'm not sure yet. That's tough, the first meeting. Greg, pass it off awfully quick.
At this time, we have 4 advisory opinions for consideration. I'll call on the commission staff to present these opinions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first request we have today comes from Ms. April Danielson. She represents Mr. James Stewart, the mayor of Irondale. The mayor of Irondale position is a part-time position, and he is seeking to establish a professional consulting firm that will provide financial planning, budgeting, capital project planning, and strategic advisory services to small municipalities in Alabama and adjacent states. He says that he will not provide, or not seek to provide consulting services to the city of Irondale or any municipality that directly competes with or has significant business relationship with Irondale, and that he will use Irondale resources for his private business and will conduct all activities related to this business on his personal time as separate executive. He also states that he will not either disclose any confidential information obtained from his public position or disclose related to his business activities, and will recuse himself from any city council members' matters that could affect his business. The question that she asked is whether it's permissible for Mr. Stewart to operate this municipal consulting business while serving as the mayor of Irondale. She also asked whether it's permissible for Mayor Stewart to include his title in his biographical information describing his experience and qualifications, and whether there are any specific disclosure requirements beyond the statement of economic interest. Since Mayor Stewart is a public official, the Ethics Act prohibits him from using his position for personal gain for himself, a family member, or a business with which he is associated. And should he establish his firm, it would become such a business that he's associated with. And provided Mayor Stewart avoids using his position as mayor, including the confidential information, any public equipment, facilities, etc., the Ethics Act would not prohibit him from establishing this firm and providing the services described. But in conducting this business activity, he must also avoid soliciting or receiving anything for the purpose of corruptly influencing individual action. Also, this opinion would find that there's no prohibition against Mayor Stewart from including his title, describing his experience and qualifications, as long as he's not using that title to promote his business. And besides the statement of economic interest filing, he is required to file a copy of any contract to provide goods or services that is to be paid in whole or in part of state, county, or municipal funds within 10 days. If y'all have any questions, I'm happy to answer them to the best of my ability.
I do not. Any questions?
Move we approve it.
Second.
All in favor, aye.
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 Any opposed, nay. It has been approved.
Thank you. The next request we have comes from Mr. Ike Wright. He is the Assistant Executive Director at the Alabama On-Site Wastewater Board. And he has held this position since December 16th, 2025. And prior to this position, he worked as an environmentalist with the Alabama Department of Public Health. Black Belt Unincorporated Wastewater Program is a nonprofit entity that has offered him a part-time position as a field inspector, ensuring that the on-site systems installed meet Alabama standards. They are a nonprofit entity that through grant money and donations pays for and maintains on-site sewage systems for property owners, but the applications and permits are all submitted to the Department of Public Health for review by the property owners, not directly by BDWP. They do not design or install on-site sewage systems. If allowed, Mr. Bright's part-time work will occur only during the weekends and will not interfere with his duties at the on-site wastewater board. While he was in his position with the Department of Public Health, he reviewed applications and permitted on-site sewage systems for individuals whose on-site sewage systems were paid for by the BDWP, but he does not interact with them in his current position. He asks whether the Ethics Act would prohibit him from accepting his part-time employment position, given the facts of his interactions with BDWP in his previous position. This opinion would find that since the applications and permits were submitted by the individual property owners rather than directly by the BDWP, Mr. Bright has not personally participated in the direct regulation of BDUWP while he was at the Department of Public Health. Therefore, the Ethics Act will not prohibit him from accepting the offer of employment in question as long as he's not using public equipment, facilities, etc., to benefit BDUWP or himself in that position. Also, he may not use or disclose confidential information that he obtains from his public position to benefit them or any other person or business. And it's time. Y'all have any questions?
I've got one question. The fact that Black Belt's a nonprofit, it wouldn't matter if they're a for-profit business, would it? Or would it?
That's correct. It all depends on whether he was directly participating or personally participating in the direct regulation of that business. And since they weren't actually submitting the permits to the Department of Public Health, it wouldn't matter if it was a for-profit or a
Okay.
nonprofit.
That's it. All right. Motion to approve the, if there are any other questions for now?
Move it.
Move to accept the opinion or to adopt it. A second?
A second.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Opinion is approved.
Thank you. We have another request from Mr. Preston Bolt. He is asking this question on behalf of Mr. William Stimson. He states that the Alabama Port Authority is an authority of the state of Alabama, and it is governed by a 9-member board of directors who set policies for the Port Authority. Recently, Mr. Simpson was appointed to the board of directors, and he is very involved in his community and has been an active advocate for the National Maritime Museum of the Gulf and involved in fundraising efforts on behalf of the museum. He's not on the museum's board, and he's not employed with the museum, nor is any of his family members. And he would like to continue his efforts to support the museum and reach out to contact with the potential donors on their behalf, which may include calling on customers and or potential customers of the Port Authority. He also says that Mr. Simpson's son is a 50% owner of the Sub-Chapter S Corporation, Southeast Machine Works, SEMW for short. They have been doing machine and fabrication work for the Port Authority as a contractor and as a subcontractor with other companies engaged in maintenance and repair work for the Port Authority. They have started doing business with the Port Authority in May of 2020. Some of the work that they have performed has been procured through competitive bid processes. However, at other times, the authority has reached out to them to explain the scope of the work and request a price and award a decision. And then an award decision is rendered after they submit this price. All of the work that they do was started and or contracted before Mr. Simpson was nominated to the board of directors. SEMW would like to continue its working relationship with the Port Authority, whether as a contractor or subcontractor, and Mr. Simpson would like to ensure that there are no ethical concerns raised by this continued relationship. So the questions that are presented is whether Mr. Simpson can continue to make targeted fundraising pitches on behalf of the Maritime Museum without violating the Ethics Act, and whether Mr. Simpson's son's company, which is a business with which Mr. Simpson is associated, may continue to do work with the Port Authority without violating the Ethics Act. This opinion would find that since neither Mr. Simpson or any of his family members is an officer, owner, partner, board director member, employee, or a holder of more than 5% of the fair market value of the Maritime Museum, it is not a business with which he is associated. Therefore, the Ethics Act does not prohibit him from continuing to volunteer to advocate for the Maritime Museum and support their fundraising efforts. However, as a public official, he must avoid soliciting anything, including a donation to this museum, from a lobbyist. The only thing he's permitted to solicit from a lobbyist is a campaign contribution. He also may not solicit contributions to the museum for the purpose of corruptly influencing his official action. And he may not use public equipment, facilities, etc., that would materially affect the financial interest of any person or business, including the museum. Regarding SEMW's business with the Port Authority, the Commission has addressed a similar issue in advisory opinion number 2017-09, which held that a business with which the mayor of Hoover was associated continued to contract with the city of Hoover, provided that the mayor had no involvement in future contract negotiations, discussions, or drafting, and did not otherwise participate in the decision-making process, including attempting to influence any aspect of the transaction, and that a copy of the contract was filed with the Ethics Commission after 10 days. This opinion would hold similarly, that that SEMW continue to work with the Port Authority as long as they follow those same restrictions.
Do I have a motion to approve the opinion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Opinion's approved.
Thank you. And for this last one, I'm going to turn it over to Cynthia.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
This question is advisory opinion 2025-05. It comes from Felicia Brooks, who's the general counsel for the Alabama Department of Human Resources. Her question regarded whether or not a member of a county board is permitted to also act as a foster parent for that same county, and the same question for CASA workers. DHR has a state board, but each county board is run independently from the state board and independently from each other. And so the opinion states that a member of the DHR county board may not serve as a foster care provider in the same county where they serve on the county board unless a different county board approves, oversees, and otherwise regulates the services they provide as a foster parent. However, there is no prohibition contained in the Ethics Act for a county board member to serve as a CASA volunteer in the county they serve as a DHR county board member, because those CASA volunteers are not regulated or supervised in any way by the county board. They are supervised by the board. This is consistent with advisory opinion 2005-27 that states that an employee of a county DHR board is not permitted to serve as a foster care parent in that same county.
Excellent. Do I have a motion to approve the opinion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, aye.
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 Any opposed, nay. Opinion's approved. Okay. At this time, the commission will consider appeals from the civil penalties which the Secretary of State's office has imposed. Under the FCPA, the Secretary of State's office is charged with assessing civil penalties against any person who fails to timely file their campaign reports. Once that office imposes these penalties, they may be appealed to the commission within 14 days. Upon a finding of good cause, the commission may reduce or set aside the civil penalty. On this issue, the person upon whom a civil penalty has been imposed bears the burden of proof. I again call on the staff to present these appeals for our consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first appeal that we have today comes from Ms. Carrie Riggs Brown. Is Ms. Brown here today? She's appealing 6 fines for violations that total $845.74. And she writes in her appeal that it was difficult for her to understand the process of reporting because it changed in September of 2025, and that the first election that she was involved in, she filed with the probate office, and the second election she was in, she had no one running against her, and so this time she says she tried to follow instructions, but she would appreciate any help and understanding that you all have. At this point, I'm going to call on Mr. Mike Jones with the Secretary of State's office to give their recommendation, which I believe is to hold the first offense and fine, which would be a fine of $261.06.
Thank you. Chairman Dodd, Vice Chairman Pierce, and Commissioner Pappas. Vice Chairman Pierce, I wanted to give some basics as to our office and how we approach these cases. Chairman and Commissioner Pappas, y'all have heard this many times, I think, in the past, but I think to be, so that we can be fair to everybody, you need to hear the same thing. When Secretary Allen came into office, the approach our office had was that we wanted to be consistent. That was very important, that we treat everybody fairly and that we treat everybody consistently no matter what the issues were. The other approach and other basic premise we took was we didn't want to be a gotcha office. We very much wanted to be an office that we tried to educate, guide, try to prevent as best we could people from going down the wrong path and making mistakes. And so our analysts work very hard to that end. We keep analysts in the office. The number of calls we receive, I could not venture to say. It's hundreds, if not thousands of calls over periods of time. But one of the things we do is that if a individual or PAC has 4 violations or more in a given cycle, we're required by law then to not only make the person aware of it, but we're also required by law to make the local DA in the county from which they are located aware of it, as well as the Attorney General's office. So the benchmark for our office has always been if there's 4 violations or more, then we have to look at it with more seriousness because it tends to show a pattern. But if it's 3 violations or less and there's no other history in that cycle, there's not a prior appeal in that cycle, and there's no other history, then once again we try to promote guidance and try to promote people learning how to do it correctly, and that hopefully they will call on our office if they have any questions at all before they file, so that we can guide them to do it correctly and they won't have these problems. We also routinely recommend people to appeal because unfortunately, the code does not give our office any discretion whatsoever. So when these cases occur, it's a function our office has to process, and so the cases are processed. And they'll call us and say, "Well, can't you do so and so?" And we'll have to. Our response always has to be, "No, sir, no, ma'am. We're not allowed to do that. If you'd like, you're more than happy to appeal it. We have no problem with that." And that's what we recommend often. There are some cases that will come before you from time to time that someone will appeal that has already appealed during this present election cycle. And in those cases, and we tell them up front that if you appeal a case and you take it up and it's dismissed, that's the only freebie you get. We can't promote that type of pattern, that you have to be responsible, that we want to give you guidance, but you have to absorb the guidance and you have to continue to follow through. And so in cases where someone has a prior appeal that was dismissed, to be consistent in all cases, we routinely come before this commission and recommend the upholding of whatever new violation they might have in that same election cycle. Also, if they have 4 or more, especially, and usually when we say 4 or more, it's 4, 5, or 6, and they're usually in a bundle. And in that situation, routinely we would ask to uphold 1 violation. It's always the first violation, and that we generally would recommend, as long as there's not, because usually when that occurs, it's an isolated incident, and that's usually what we see. And frankly, we almost never hear from them again, so they've learned the lesson. That's once again our goal. So we generally ask for that 1 upholding of the violation, because once you go past a certain point, we can't just look the other way. We have to say you have to accept some responsibility, and that's generally what we do. But we would make that recommendation. This is an example. This particular case is an example of just that. There's, I believe, 6 violations. And in this situation, we're not asking the commission to uphold all 6. We're asking that you uphold 1 so that there is a history that shows that they've accepted some responsibility. But at the same time, we're not trying to, once again, we're not trying to be the gotcha office unless there's a reason to be the gotcha office. And that's why we would recommend that the remainder of these matters be dismissed if the commission should see that.
You said Ms. Brown is not here?
No, I do not believe so.
Okay. All right, I'm going to move to withhold the 1 violation and fine of $261.06 and dismiss the other violations. Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Question, it reminds me of when you get a traffic citation.
Yes, sir.
They give the option of paying the fine or going through traffic school. So you've got 1 or 2, you made mistakes, 3 you made mistakes. When you get to 6, I'm concerned about that.
Yes, sir, me too.
Is there any requirement that after a certain number of infractions, you've got to go get help somewhere? Is
Well-
that help available to help them so that doesn't happen again? Shouldn't keep occurring.
Well, I'll say this: you're preaching to the choir.
Yeah.
But we're limited on what we can do by code. And so
Okay.
what we do is what I was just saying. We give them this opportunity, and we give them instructions on how they can come to our office and how to contact our office before they make their filings, so that we can direct them accordingly. But once again, we don't give them two shots at the apple. You only get the one. We do not come here and say to dismiss any further problems. We have to then say you have to be responsible at that point. And whether they have one more violation or whether they have 5, we will be before you saying that they've already appealed, they've been given an opportunity. From this point forward, we would ask that you uphold the violations for that very reason.
I don't think that's reasonable.
Yes, sir.
You know, we're not in the business of gotcha. Is how can we help you?
Yes, sir.
We don't want to see you again.
Yes, sir.
It's just repetitive, so thank you.
And just to be clear, whenever we have these bundles like this, like for example, this one is 6 violations, they're all happening at the same time, where she has reports that were due, monthly reports that were due in January, June, July, August, another August. Slightly incorrect, but she's got more reports that are due at different days, and then whenever she files them all at once, realizes that she's made a mistake and files them all in one day, it goes back and it counts all of these as being separate violations. And so that's why we have these huge bundles. We've got one today that y'all are going to hear in just a few minutes with 16 all at once.
Yep.
And so that's why we have these big bundles, as well as some that are just the first violation.
And many times that is exactly what occurs. And our program, though, will not let them file the present moment filing or report until they go back and fill in all those other reports. And that's how they discover many times that they have missed many. Now, normally it's not that bad. Normally it's 1 or 2. That's pretty much the average. But occasionally you get someone who's got 4, 5, or 6. And once again, that's why we can't just look the other way. We have to ask for some accountability in that situation.
I've been around municipal government for a long time. It's an experience for anybody.
Yes, sir.
Number one, just trying to put together a campaign, but then trying to file your reports and get somebody to do them for you properly, it gets overwhelming, and some have better help than others.
Yes, sir. And I will say this, the office, we have some great experienced staff that have worked in all levels. Jeff is over elections. Jeff he has been a consultant in his past. He has worked campaigns in his past, and so he's worked at all levels. In my past, I was a city councilman for 2 tours. I was in the legislature for a few tours. Back when our clerk was Mr. Pappas over there at one point, and and I was a municipal judge for about 15 years. So I've worn a lot of hats myself. But because of all that experience that we have in the office, we bring that to bear, and so we do understand many of the things that people come to us with. However, we also understand sometimes when they're blowing smoke, and we can see that as well. So we try to address that in kind.
What you're saying, there's no excuse for not getting help.
Yes, sir.
Opportunities to reach out there are there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
This has definitely been a learning experience for municipalities, especially because
Yes.
we just recently started to have to file with
Yes,
the
sir.
Secretary of State's office.
Yes.
This is why we're having almost 40 appeals today, and that's up from before you were here. We used to have maybe a handful or 10 at most.
Now, before you got here, sir, I did give fair warning to the other commissioners that this was going to happen.
Several occasions. Yes, you did.
We'll see it again in about 4 years.
Hopefully not. Hopefully we'll have some learning curves.
Well, this
but-
is online filing reports now. When I first went on council, you had to manually walk it downtown
Yes.
to Jefferson County, manually take one out to Columbiana. They'd drop it in the bottom drawer and it'd
Yes.
sit there. So everybody's a little not as computer savvy as others. So,
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you.
Questions, comments? Yeah, I renew the motion to withhold the 1 violation and fine of $261.06 and dismiss the other violations.
So moved.
All right, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
Thank you. We have another appeal from Ms. Portia Shepherd. She's actually got 2 sets of appeals from 2 different election cycles that are before you. The first one is from the 2025 municipal election cycle. For this one, she's appealing 4 offenses with a fine total of $689.74. And the other cycle, the 2026 one, she's appealing a first offense with a fine of $300. And I believe the Secretary of State's recommendation is to uphold the first fine and offense for the 2025 municipal election cycle, which would be a fine of $300, and dismiss the remaining fines and offenses, including the one for this cycle. So that would reduce the fine total from $989.74 to $300. Is Ms. Shepherd here today?
I am.
Would you like to speak, or would you like to?
Sure.
Okay, and if you would, sign in.
I did.
Okay, great. And then, if you'll come down here, I'll have the court reporter swear you in, after I let you know that intentional
Okay, why ask
violations
questions?
of the
Certainly it is.
SCBA are
Certainly.
criminal in nature. So if a, prosecution were to arise from this, anything that you say.
I will.
Stop that.
But with that, being said, would you just like to speak to the commission?
Sure. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
How are you? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Do I sit, stand? You can do either. Okay. Hey, how y'all doing?
Like to tell us about the violations that you've been assessed?
Okay, so I don't remember which one was which, to be honest. But when I was a candidate for mayor. I won the primary but lost in the runoff of that race. And so in between those times, I also run a nonprofit. And these are not excuses. I want to make sure I'm clear on that. When I did get the notification, because I wasn't checking after the race, I wasn't checking the campaign email. So just so happened, someone asked me who did my signs, and I couldn't remember the company name, so I went to my campaign email, which is when I saw the message from the Secretary of State. I was like, oh my gosh, I got to file. And so when I called the Secretary of State, I usually contact Candace Payne, but she was out sick during that time. And so I ended up, and as I submitted in my appeal, I submitted the emails that I sent. I submitted the screenshots of me trying to call and contact the office to let them know that my password and my login information was not working. I did not hear back from that office until February the 6th of this year. I think that's the 2026 fine part. Until February the 6th. And soon as, again, I run a nonprofit. I speak at conferences. These are not excuses, but it was something that you said just a few minutes ago. Is a municipal election. You have other things going on. I did not have a campaign team. Out of all 5 candidates, I was the only candidate to file with the Secretary of State Office of my reporting of the finances that I fundraised. I want to be clear on that. And then it's not like I'm trying to get over. It's someone I wanted to make sure that the city that I was trying to represent, who's always had a bad light, which is Uniontown, I wanted to be a candidate and a person to represent, to do things decently and in order. And so after submitting that, they told me, this is a process. I heard from the Ethics Commission, and I wasn't coming. They were like, well, you don't have to come. I was like, I think I better come, because I don't want this to be like I was negligent. I wasn't. It was a mistake on the Secretary's, the password that I was given at the beginning of the filing process. It was a mistake on that. As it relates to the other part of I think it was a fine, I did have a young lady who was submitting, and it was new to her for doing that. And Candace even admitted to me when she saw it on their end that she was submitting the stuff, but she was entering the information, but she did not submit it in time. And so that was the other issue as well. So I just want to be clear that this is not someone who is trying to get over on anyone or trying to escape reporting. I reported because I wanted it to be on record. And I did not want to be like the other candidate of not telling what it is that I raised and who gave me money, and also how my money was spent. I did due diligence with my finances. We raised $5,300. I have a little change left, and not a lot, but I was very diligent on how I spent the finances that the people who believed in me gave me. So that's why I'm here.
Thank you for coming. I'm glad you did, and for being forthright with us. Any discussions?
Is this your first time running for public office?
No, sir, this was my first time running for mayor, but I ran for Senate. I lost that one too, but the party was reporting on my behalf, so I didn't do that this time because, of course, we're a nonpartisan race, so it was done on my own.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I don't have anything, but Mr. Jones does. Turn it over to him at this time.
First of all, these are two different election cycles. The one that has one violation, we were going to treat as we would normally with one violation in that single election cycle, which is to recommend dismissal. So that was our intent today as well. As far as the case dealing with the municipal election cycle, there were 4 violations. These were weekly reports that were due. So once again, they're due every week. You have to file the report. So this was not. I think what happened is at some point, ma'am, you probably discovered when you went to check your email that you had those emails from Candace. Probably that's where they came from. And Candace is there. She's rarely missed, but we have more than one analyst there. Candace is the supervisor of the analysts. But as far as the reports, they're due weekly during that portion of the election cycle. So this wasn't a report that had 4 due on one day. They were due every week. And so
I wasn't aware of that
So-
part of doing every week because the election was August 2026 and the runoff was August 2025. The runoff was September 2025.
If you let him finish, I'll give
I'm
you a
sorry.
chance to respond.
So the same code that applies to whether you run for state office or run for municipal office, the reporting portion of it is the same, no matter what level of office you run for. So, and once again, municipals, the reporting cycle was the same. It was just where you report it to has changed, and now you report it to the Secretary of State's office, and everything's online. And so once again, if there was a password issue, then that first weekly report would have been the identifier if there was any concern at all. And if there's ever an issue, they call our office, we reset them and get them going again. As soon as they make us aware that they need us to reset it, we work with them on that. But because there's 4 weeklies that were not reported, that would suggest that contact didn't happen until after we'd gone through that many. So once again, we're not trying to be gotcha. We do want to teach. That is our goal. And that's why we're only recommending 1 violation and to dismiss the remaining 3. Because once again, we're not trying to play the gotcha. We're just trying to help educate.
Ma'am, is there anything you'd like to say in response?
I do apologize for speaking out of turn,
That's
but
okay.
I wanted to put up the email because he was talking about the weekly email from the Secretary of State office. The only thing that I received from that office from when I first opened up the account, it was August 12th. This is right before the election. The next email I received from the office regarding that it was due, that was August 31st, that it was due on January 31st. So if they were sending out reminders about or that we had to report, that I did not receive anything in my email stating that weekly reporting was necessary and due. The only thing that I received, they did say that when I reached my first $1,000 that I had to report, and that was August the 12th, 2025. So I did not receive any weekly notifications or anything like that you got to report, you got to report. When we did the Senate race, we were getting no email. Like, your weekly report is due by this date. That wasn't happening on this side. So unless they mailed it, if they mailed it, then, I didn't receive it. But I know in my email, it wasn't there.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
And once again, more for education, if I can respond. First of all, when you run for election, one of the first things that happens is we put out the administrative calendar, which gives all the deadline dates to any candidate, and that's done intentionally. We want everybody to know when the deadlines are due. We want them to know well in advance. The other thing is that when you have a runoff, and ma'am, I think you mentioned that you were in a runoff for the mayor's races.
Yes, sir.
You have to re-opt in for the runoff, and so you would then have to re-opt into the system. That's why it will require another password. So once again, we give all this information out in advance, but this system is still a voluntary system. We can't force people to comply. We don't have that law in our in our quiver of arrows. And many times people And the reason we said this earlier is they don't realize they've not been complying until they file a report, and then they realize they missed many reports from the past. And that's what flags us. We don't know that they are not filing until they actually make one of those filings, and then it flags every one of them. And that's when we find out. That's all.
Learned a lot, didn't you?
What?
Learned a lot.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll go ahead and move to uphold the one violation from the first campaign cycle and fine of $300, dismiss the three other violations, and then also dismiss the single violation from the second campaign cycle.
I'll second.
All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Thank you, ma'am.
The next appeal we have is from Mr. Christopher Gully. He is appealing 16 offenses that total $2,011.87. The Secretary of State's Office's recommendation is to uphold the first 4 fines and offenses, so that would reduce the total fine to $1,290.60. Is Mr. Gully here today? Okay, then at this time I'll turn it over to Mr. Jones again.
So this is somewhat of a first impression case, and I'll explain why. We have had cases since we've been in office where a PAC would have as many as 20 or plus violations in a large group. And many times those situations occur when they have a changeover in personnel, and in the course of changeover, somebody drops the ball who is filing all their filings, and then they find out in a bad way that they've missed a lot. In this situation, this is an individual that was running for office. This is the 2022 election cycle. And so what typically happens in this scenario is when someone is filing their annual report, which is due at the end of January, well, once again, they can't enter that annual report if they've got prior missed filings. The system makes them go back and do every one of them. And that's what occurred in this situation. They were filing an annual. The annual flagged it, and then they had to go back and rebuild everything. In this situation, though, because it's the first time we've had an individual with this many violations, frankly, I don't think we've had anybody that's anywhere close to this in the past. The only way I could approach this was to try to treat it as consistently as we have with the PACs in similar scenarios. In those situations, once again, the PACs almost never have histories of problems, and we don't. They came to us in good faith almost every time. They told us what their issues were. They immediately try to resolve them. And the way we would approach it is every 4th violation we would accept, or we would tell them we would have to enforce every 4. And we base that on, once again, the same premise we took to every other case that comes before us, is if you have 4 or greater, then we're going to have to make you take on one of those. You have to take one. If we see bad faith, frankly, we would approach this differently, and we would be more aggressive. But in cases where we don't see bad faith, then we don't, once again, we try to be consistent on how we approach. So in this situation, when I contacted the ethics attorneys, that was my rationale. Is this is one where this person, we did not see something that flagged us that this was bad faith. We saw somebody that just totally missed it and didn't realize it until they were filing an annual, which means they were trying to do the right thing by filing an annual, and then it flagged, a bunch of flags went up, and that's what happened. So, but to be consistent, I had to look at the PAC situation. So in this case, our recommendation is to uphold the first 4, which is basically every 4, and that we would then recommend dismiss. I do want to reemphasize, if we see cases that the facts show us what appears to be bad faith, we would treat it differently. But we just didn't see it in this situation.
And the amount of the fine for the 4?
So for the 4, that would total $1,290.60.
Ask a dumb question because I'm a newbie, don't know any better. These fines that we levy, where does the money go? And does it go toward Tom's vacation or your vacation, or where do that money go?
I believe it goes to the general fund, but they make the payments to the
comes to our office, but eventually it finds its way to the general fund.
So that money could be used for educational purposes.
General fund, there's a group over there right now, I think that later today are
Yeah,
going to be
yeah.
voting on the general fund, and
Right.
they,
We won't mention this money to them because that might short you a little bit.
Yeah, here's nothing comes back to us.
Okay.
Everything goes to the general fund.
Yeah.
That also applies to any civil fines that we enforce through our admin rules or administrative resolutions.
And Commissioner, one thing I can say, we, all of us in our office, Jeff, myself, Secretary, our Chief of Staff, we routinely teach at conferences and speak at conferences, and we try to pick issues that are relevant, that different groups want to hear more about. So we have approached League of Municipalities and volunteered that if they want us to come speak at any conference to assist, we would be happy to do it. We're not always taken up on those offers, but we are always available to do it. We do speak at quite a number of conferences to try to educate.
That's outstanding. Thank
Yes.
you.
Excuse me. Allergies have got me. Mr. Chairman, I'll make the motion. I hope I get this right. To uphold the first four, dismiss the rest with a fine of $1,290.60. Is that correct?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay.
The next appeal that we have comes from Mr. Michael Beck. He has had 2 offenses in the selection cycle, but the first fine offense was set aside by the commission on August 7th of 2025. So it came to us as a second offense from the Secretary of State's office because that's how the system works and sends it to us. So their recommendation here is to uphold the fine and the offense, and I would recommend that we reduce it to $300 to be consistent with the fine amount for a first offense. Is Mr. Beck here today? He does write in his appeal that he's not sure what happened, but for some reason his FCPA filing did not go through until 4 a.m. on February 4th, and it was due on the 3rd. He said that it is not his error, and that he tried to send emails explaining as soon as he could, and that he's attached a picture of the email and spoke with the Secretary of State's office. He claims that it's not his fault, and that his consultant said that there were a lot of problems that night with several of his fuel. But at this time, I will turn it over to the Secretary of State's office.
So, for better or worse, one of the things we have at our disposal, if you even make an effort to get into our FCPA program, our system for filing, even if you don't actually file it, we can see that you tried to get in. And so we'll know that. And so if we truly had a situation that was described and we were to see something like that, then we would immediately look at it and see if it's something that we need to resolve. In this situation, though, we did review this particular case. There was no prior effort to enter into that account to make a posting. It was not until 4 a.m. or 4:01 a.m. the following day. They were just a little late processing it, and that's really what it amounts to. But once again, anytime if someone makes that claim, we're not going to just ignore it. We're going to look because it's too easy for us to look, and we just didn't see that situation here at all. So for that reason, and he has had a prior appeal, which we did agree to dismiss. We simply can't agree to 2, so we asked it to be upheld.
I'll move to uphold the violation and assess a fine of $300.
I'll second that.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay.
Thank you. The remaining appeals that we have, the Secretary of State's office's recommendation is to dismiss those en masse because they are first-time offenses or less than 4. So I'll put it to Mike Jones again if he has anything to say about these, but I recommend address them en masse.
So once again, and most of these are actually one violation. That's the bulk of these. And we routinely suggest, especially because people have contacted us, we've been working with them Frankly, many of these people will never hear from again because they'll do it correctly or they'll call us before they file. So for us, that means it's working. And that's what we hope will be the ultimate result. So once again, to be consistent with the history of our office and how we approach this, we would ask that this group their cases be dismissed to be consistent.
And if you'll have any questions about any particular one, I'd be happy to address those.
I'll move it. We dismiss en masse. Can we do them en masse?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we'll now go into executive session to discuss matters relating to the character and reputation of certain public officials or employees, as well as matters covered by the Grand Jury Secrecy Act. No matters will be discussed which are outside the scope of the state guidelines permitting meeting in executive session. We expect to reconvene in approximately 1 hour. All recording devices, video and audio must be removed from the room. Anyone secretly recording the executive session will be in violation of the law. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? And we will consider several items of business, including taking official action on complaints discussed during executive session. Now consider cases presented during executive session. Wait, I'm sorry. I guess I could have just announced everything we did before they came in the room.
Well, they hung around.
They probably want to hear this, maybe. All right, we're back in open session. We will now consider cases presented during executive session. For cases that we discussed in executive session, take them one at a time. And let's start with the first one in the matter regarding, which case did we start with?
2025-0159.
Go right ahead. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, with regard to the complaint as filed against case number 2025-0159, I move as follows. Based on the evidence as presented to this commission, there currently exist insufficient facts to hold that the respondent has violated the Alabama Ethics Act. I further move that this case be closed.
Second. And all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. The motion carries. The case is dismissed. Next was Greg as well.
Do they know what their case numbers are, the people here?
We're gonna say their names. Let's see if it's the best way to do that.
This should be Johnson.
Yeah, I'm going to. In the matter regarding case number 2025-0391 involving Jocelyn Patterson, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, with regard to the complaint filed against case number 2025-0391, I move as follows. Based on the evidence as presented to this commission, there exists cause to hold that Jocelyn Patterson, former clinical aide, Alabama Department of Public Health, has committed one minor violation of the Alabama Ethics Act. I further move that this case be handled administratively and that it be referred for review and appropriate legal action to the district attorney of the appropriate judicial circuit.
Do I have a second?
Second?
All right, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. In the matter regarding case number 2025-0179, Sandra Burrows. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, with regard to the complaint filed as case number 2025-0179, based on the evidence presented to this commission, there exists cause that to hold Ms. Sandra Burrows, Executive Director, Music Hall of Fame. The board has violated the Alabama Ethics Act. I further move that this case be referred for review and appropriate legal action to the district attorney of the appropriate judicial circuit.
Second.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. That passes. In the matter regarding case number 2025-0583, Jennifer Sutton, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, with regard to the complaint filed against case number 2025-0583, I move as follows. Based on the evidence presented to this commission, there exists cause to hold that Jennifer Sutton, Assistant Dean of Students for Housing and Residence Life, University of North Alabama, has committed one minor violation of the Alabama Ethics Act. I further move that this case be handled administratively and it be referred for review and appropriate legal action to the district attorney of the appropriate judicial circuit.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Motion carries. In the matter regarding case number 2025-460, Veronica Bandy Freeman, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, with regard to the complaint as filed against case number 20250-460, I move as follows. We skipped all the way down, didn't we? As if presented and it relates to the respondent, I move this case be continued for further investigation. Wonder about that. Oh, good, D, okay. Never mind. We're gonna go down.
Revise that.
Based on, we're a revision, so ignore that. Based on the evidence presented to this commission, there currently exists insufficient facts to hold that the respondent has violated the Alabama Ethics Act. I further move this case be closed.
Second.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries. In regard to the matter, case number 2025-0556, Kimberly Stewart, do I have a motion?
So moved. Mr. Chair, with regard to the complaint filed, case number 2025-0556, I move as follows. Based on the evidence as presented to this commission, there exists cause to hold that Kimberly Stewart, former administrative assistant, the University of Alabama School of Law, has violated the Alabama Ethics Act. I further move this case be referred for review and appropriate legal action to the district attorney of the appropriate judicial circuit.
Second.
Second.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
No opposed, nay. Motion carries. In the matter regarding case number 2025-0574, Brad McAllister, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, with regard to the complaint is filed against case number 2025-0574, I move as follows. Based on the evidence as presented to this commission, there exists cause to hold that Brad McAllister, former police officer, City of Adamsville, has committed one minor violation of the Alabama Ethics Act. I further move that this case be handled administratively and that it be referred for review and appropriate legal action to the district attorney of the appropriate judicial circuit.
Second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Motion carries. In the matter regarding case number 2025-0190, Kevin Cheatwood, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, with regard to the complainant as filed against case number 2025-0190, I move as follows. Based on the evidence as presented to this commission, there exists cause to hold that Mr. Kevin Cheatwood, former Deputy Sheriff, Geneva County Sheriff's Department, has committed one minor violation of the Alabama Ethics Act. I further move that this case be handled administratively and that it be referred for review or appropriate action to the district attorney of the appropriate judicial circuit.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. Motion carries. Mr. Director, what is the next item for us to consider?
You have before you a list of cases which the staff of the Ethics Commission recommends dismissing because there is insufficient evidence supporting the criminal cause. So at this time, I'm asking you to solicit a motion dismissing these cases in mass.
Do I have such a motion?
I move that we dismiss these cases en masse.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Yes, sir. Moving through the agenda, at this time, it's appropriate for you to enter final disposition of administrative resolutions which have previously been approved by the Attorney General or the appropriate district attorney.
Okay.
I make a motion.
I'm fixing to make the motion. You get us. On October the 1st, 2025, the Alabama Ethics Commission unanimously found Christ Gilstrong, former administrative assistant, City of Athens, had committed one minor violation of the Alabama Ethics Act and approved an administrative resolution at the request of the respondent. The commission forwarded the case to the district attorney of the 39th Judicial Circuit, who approved the administrative resolution on March the 12th, 2026. Accordingly, I hereby move as follows. An administrative penalty in the amount of $300 be ordered by the commission to be paid to the Ethics Commission by cashier's check, money order, or online payment on or before August the 5th, 2026. There's no restitution owing for this minor violation. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Then you got these.
Mr. Chairman, can you give me that case number again? Oh, never mind. Okay, thank you.
And you got Steve and Bryson.
Need to read it?
Yep.
On December 3rd, 2025, the Alabama Ethics Commission unanimously found Stephen Bryson, athletic coach, Coleman County Board of Education, had committed one minor violation of the Alabama Ethics Act and approved an administrative resolution at the request of the respondent. The commission forwarded the case to the district attorney of the 32nd Judicial Circuit, who approved the administrative resolution on February 5th, 2026. Accordingly, I hereby move as follows. An administrative penalty in the amount of $500 be ordered by the commission to be paid to the Ethics Commission by cashier's check, money order, or online payment on or before August 5th, 2026. There is no restitution owing for this minor violation.
Second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. December 3rd, 2025, the Alabama Ethics Commission unanimously found Douglas Fuller, Assistant Vice President of Client Relations, Auburn University, had committed one minor violation of the Alabama Ethics Act and approved an administrative resolution at the request of the respondent. The commission forwarded the case to the district attorney of the 37th Judicial Circuit, who approved the administrative resolution on December the 12th, 2025. Accordingly, I hereby move as follows. An administrative penalty in the amount of $200 be ordered by the commission to be paid to the Ethics Commission by cashier's check, money order, or online payment on or before August the 5th, 2026. Restitution amount of $4,410.48 was paid on December the 3rd, 2025, ordered to be dispersed to Auburn University hereafter. Second.
Second it?
Second.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
And all opposed, nay. And it carries. And you got the next one, Greg.
On December 3rd, 2025, the Alabama Ethics Commission unanimously found Christopher Posey, faculty member, Wallace State Community College, had committed one minor violation of the Alabama Ethics Act and approved an administrative resolution at the request of the respondent. The commission forwarded the case to the district attorney of the 32nd Judicial Circuit, who approved the administrative resolution on March 16, 2026. Accordingly, I hereby move as follows. An administrative penalty in the amount of $200 be ordered by the commission to be paid to the Ethics Commission by cashier's check, money order, or online payment on or before August 5th, 2026. There is no restitution owing for this minor violation.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any in opposition? Nay.
Yes, but.
Mr. Director, is any other business for us to consider?
No, sir.
We have concluded our business today.
You want a motion?
The next meeting of the Ethics Commission is June 3rd, 2026 at 9:30 a.m. Do I have a motion to adjourn, Mr.
So
Pappas?
moved.
You can't steal my motion your first time. That's my motion.
You gotta stay. You gotta stay for a while,
I think that motion carried.
except Mr. Pappas.